Right, I think we're good to roll. Hey Artsy RV, how you doing? Welcome. Glad you decided to come on over. I'm going to be working in Maya today. Let me see. I'm gonna check and see which profile I'm using here. Looks good. All right. Transition that over. Sweet. Yeah, all right. So what I'm going to be doing today is working primarily on topology. I need to make the head and bust base model for this character, and I have another model here as reference, just to be able to kind of keep in mind rather, some ideas of what it is that I want to see happen with my topology. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea of what I have going on here. And the my original sculpt from ZBrush is here, set as a live object. Sorry about that. I'll probably jump over every once in a while and mute myself just so that you don't have to hear me coughing in your ear, because that's kind of dumb. Let me know if the music is too loud too, just, yeah. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, cool. Alright, activate quad draw. Let us grab quad draw. Alright, so this is where we're at with this so far. Not too bad. This needs to go down and around. Oops. So go ahead and add that in right there. Yeah, maybe don't pull that up. Pull that up. Pull that up. This loop right here, this bottom loop right underneath the nose, I'll probably have that go up underneath the eye. Oh, I forgot that I don't have my symmetry turned on. I'll just worry about working on the 1/2 and then I'll mirror and weld it over in ZBrush. Okay, so now the hard thing that I'm needing to work through right now, I need to keep in mind that the sculpt has a bit of an expression to it. And so in developing the topology, I need to kind of keep that in mind. See, how many edges do I have going around the eyes? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that'll work. Oh, sorry. I totally did that on purpose. Hey Javad, how you doing? Let's see, let's get one in there, one in there. Pull that over. So one of the things I want to keep in mind is kind of like spatially how things are related. I want to make sure that I keep track of where things are going to be flowing to. This eye mask, I want this to go down, and I want it to go down around the face. So in order to have that, let's go ahead and do something like this. Let's go ahead and pull this over. I hate it when it does that. When it's like I'm going through and trying to add in an edge loop, and then it doesn't do it until after I've moved my thing. Is there landmarks you pay attention to when working on the topology for the face? Absolutely. I usually start with areas like the eyes or the mouth, and then kind of work out from there. There are certain things flow-wise that I like to have happen with the nose. In fact, I don't know, it might even be worthwhile for me to just kind of keep the nose without the actual nostril built in for a little bit. But yeah, making sure that I understand kind of principal landmarks for, you know, how things are going to deform, and then trying to put in grids anywhere else. So for right now, while we're going through and putting things in here inside of Maya, it's going to be a little bit messier than it would be if we were to just build the topology outright. And so what I'm doing is I'm just trying to build this out so that it looks, so that it's functional. And then inside of ZBrush, I'll go ahead and I will even out the topology, make it so that it's clean and animation ready. There's a lot to consider and a lot to... Okay, hopefully it just keeps working now, because it's really kind of a pain in the butt. My internet's terrible, so yeah, it's just terrible. But yeah, anyway, so some of the things that we can do is we can, you know, hold shift and kind of relax out our points through here. It's not going to do quite as much as it will once I have all my topology in there. Yeah, definitely not your problem. It's me. It's not you. I promise. Okay, right now I think I possibly have too many edges going through here. It's holding the shape nicely, so I'll want to keep that in mind, but I do want to make sure that I'm not overpopulating this area. I'm going to essentially treat it as if it's stretching out, which it is, because it's in expression right now. Okay, and I'm only going to be working on this one half of the face, so that way I can kind of mirror it over. So I'm not going to worry about what's happening over here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and drag this down. I need one more edge loop kind of coming through here. And then we'll go ahead and we will... in fact, let's just drag it down here so that it's together. Oops. Gotta make sure that I'm holding tab when I do that. Sometimes my brain and my hand don't want to connect. Okay, so I have this going on. You know what? I'll put one more edge loop kind of going up over the top of the nose. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of this. Add that in there. Did it add it? No, it didn't. Add it in, please. There we go. All right. So yeah, main landmarks that I try to look for are... Have I ever used Blender? I have used Blender. I don't particularly like Blender. It's different. It's not necessarily less than, because it's made a ton of advancements since I first tried it. Like last time I tried it was sometime last year. I did a video of me kind of jumping in to try to, you know, build materials, to try to use lights, things like that. Oh my goodness, it was infinitely better than how it was back in 2006 when I first tried it. But yeah, it's still not industry standard, and that's why I don't use it. Industry standard would be, you know, Maya. Maya is the most industry standard, and then it's got, you know, 3ds Max is the other one that I see the most. But one of the things that I really appreciate about Blender is that it's free, you know, and people really appreciate being able to, you know, I appreciate people being able to get in and use really great software, you know, to be able to do professional 3D work. Sorry to interrupt your stream, but do you have any tips on making a huge environment game like God of War 4? And actually, God of War 4, is there a God of War 4? I thought there was only a God of War 1. I thought they were working on the second one. Actually, what is their technique for making such a huge environment with high quality detail? A lot of that, so in games, and I'm trying to remember the term for it, but it's this principle of like the game engine will go through and will only really like up-res things that are close. So there are LODs, or level of detail models, that are off in the distance that are actually swapped out for higher resolution models as you get closer to them. So it's really kind of it's a really interesting technique, actually. And I know that that's something that we did on How to Train Your Dragon, where the dragons that were up close in the shot, they were the full resolution dragons. If you were up really, really close, they were extra high resolution so that you could see all the little detail, all the scales, all the cool textures. But then any dragon that was off in the distance, that was a lot lower in resolution. And it was just there for the sake of holding its place. That same principle applies to games. And when I was at Warner Brothers Games, we did the same thing. We had characters that were lower resolution, and then we had characters that were high resolution, that were the characters in the foreground, or the your actual avatar character. So yeah, it's super cool. It's a really neat principle to me. I really appreciate the changes that Pretzel Rock has made to their music. It's just fun. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's actually add. So yeah, the reason I decided to work on this particular character is that I've had her on my demo reel for ages, but I have never actually gone through and finished out the character. And so I feel like in order to really make it stand out and shine on my demo reel, I feel like having the topology built out is important. Oops. And I'm hoping to be able to go through and create some cool. Well, I mean, she'll be, since she is a creature rather than super humanoid. She's going to have, probably some different type hands, different type, legs. She'll have a tail, things like that. And then building in these antlers. This is going to be challenging, but it's going to be super neat too. So yeah. Some of these things are going to be a little bit interesting to try to go through and kind of bridge together. Getting the cheek to kind of, flow over into the ear. Okay. Do that. Just kind of smooth it out some, because that'll help a little bit. I'm going to have this flow down and around. If I can remember to hold tab instead of other buttons. Now the nice thing about the quad draw tool is that if you get lost in kind of like different keyboard shortcuts, if you go to the tool settings and go down to keyboard mouse shortcuts, they're all right there. So that's great. And I do have a course that I just released on how to create a full character for animation from scratch. You can see the entire process. I talk about topology and UVs. I talk about everything, like the whole thing. Let's do one more. Let me see. I think there should be like an extrude. I thought there was like an extend border edge loop. Tab and middle mouse click and drag. There we go. Okay, so now that flow is going up and over the nose, down around the chin the way I want it. That's great. I'm debating whether or not to get rid of the topology over here on this other side since I'm not really using it. Might be worthwhile just to get rid of it so that I don't have to worry about focusing on it too much or losing focus on what is important. Yeah, it should be a great series. There's yeah, I'm not running on ZBrush right now. I'm on. How you doing, Prashad? It's good to see you, brother. Hey, Cable, how you doing? Yeah, so to be able to find my course, in fact, let me go ahead and drop it if you're interested in it. My profile. Go to the store. It's right in here. So it should be pretty nice. I'll copy the link and kind of send it over to you. Yeah, I'm just working on some character topology right now, so kind of having some fun. It's similar stuff to what I do in that course, except that it's in Maya instead of in ZBrush. Let's go ahead and drag this down. But yeah, so I really super enjoy what I do though. And let's go ahead and tab, drag that one down. And then we'll drag down the loop here. There we go. And smooth out these points some so that we get a little bit better of an edge flow. Not much better, but a little bit. It's a little bit too much for grabbing there. Okay, so from this point, let's go ahead and drag that up some. One of the things that I may end up doing, once we get kind of like the base topology for the face and maybe going up into the horn, getting this antler kind of worked in quite a bit. Topology is fun. I enjoy topology. It's one of those things that's kind of cathartic. Been kind of stressed, and so it's one of those things that kind of just gets me going, It's kind of nice. So yeah. Just got an email from somebody. I have no idea what that is. Whatever. Junk mail happens to all of us. Okay, so here's something I want to do. I want to start building in the this groove, this first groove right here, and I'm going to do that by starting off right here. I'm going to create this first little point. Okay, so that this way I should be able to go ahead and create a valley going through that ridge Um, so I'm going to start, let's put a point right there, since there is a point right here for this part of the antler. And we'll put one in, oh, I guess there's one right there already. Okay. In fact, I may have to go through and actually do an intermediate loop here. There we go. And I think that since this is such a huge span between parts, I'm going to add in an extra, let's do that. We'll just add in an extra loop just so that we can kind of keep track of where this is supposed to be and not have to stretch it too far. And this will come down and then this will come up. Then I'll probably go ahead and let's plant one in there too. Did it work? Come on. You serve me. Okay, just kind of check and make sure that the flow is going the way that I want it. It's servicing the shape. yes, I did do the Mihawk. That's funny you'd recognize it. So the amount of time that this will likely take me, gosh, I mean, I've already put a little bit of time into it off of the screen. I think we've been streaming maybe about 20 minutes. Total, the character will probably take me a couple of days to topologize. The hair is something that I'll go through and I'll create in ZBrush. The braid, I have a good braid brush that I'll use to be able to create that. But yeah, creating the face and the neck down probably onto the chest. That'll probably be what I'll do here inside of Maya. Otherwise, I'll be just taking it into ZBrush and kind of finishing it out there. It'll probably take me a couple of days total. I don't know if I'll work on it like super consecutively or anything like that, but it's Yeah, let's go ahead and we will put in a point. I'm trying to make sure that I can understand like the form of what's happening here, because there really is a lot going on, and I'm just trying to make sure that I keep straight in my mind kind of what's happening in this virtual space, so I know exactly kind of how to direct this topology. Órale. No me está ayudando en nada. Pull that out. Pull that up. All right. Here, let's do this. I'm going to add in a loop here and a loop here, and then we'll get rid of that loop. That'll be a little bit better, I think. It's a little bit more even. We'll be able to control this a little bit better inside of ZBrush, where we can kind of do our sculpting sort of stuff. Speaks angry Spanish. Yeah. I appreciate the subtitles. Someday, I'm going to have a computer that can handle anything I do on it. Because this is like kind of chugging along a little bit here. It's a little bit frustrating. Fortunately, it's enough for what I need to do. But yeah, there's always a better computer. There's always a bigger fish. It feels like right here the groove becomes more of a ridge that kind of comes out of it. Yeah, that's true. Deleting the history is good. It's a good point. It's definitely helpful. Let me see. Let's come over here and see how we're going to go about creating this. We'll probably do something similar where we have our little square here. A little square. Here, let's go ahead and we'll create the square, and then we'll take it up and we'll attach it. Ponele rewind. Okay, let's do this. Come on, a little bit closer. There we go. Yeah, part of it's just that I only have a laptop to kind of run off of, and so that's part of what that's part of the downfall to what I'm trying to work with. I'm trying to decide. I think I want to have this come down to a point right here, just to kind of consolidate it down, which means I'll probably try to like even this out a little bit more. Gets a little bit tight. I don't really like how that's going. Let's take this and give it another loop out here, so that way it can just kind of flow out. And that'll just be, one that kind of comes down. In fact, maybe we'll have it be, here, let's grab this. Have that be right up there. And let's see. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just continue working our way up the antler. And then we'll worry about the rest of the head, maybe here in a little bit. Let's go ahead and grab this part of the forehead and kind of bring it up. Now, one of the things that I'll see people do a lot is go through and kind of make a little, essentially kind of terminate one of their edge loops right there, so they can get some creasing control around their brows. I don't typically do that until I get clear up here, because it allows me to have a little bit cleaner of a surface, depending on what facial expression I make through here. I don't have to worry about too many 5-pointed stars and 3-pointed stars kind of creating artifacts. I have a little bit more flexibility this way. So yeah, do this, bring this up. Just kind of smooth that out just a smidgen of a pigeon. Anybody see the pigeon I made on my ZBrush live stream last week? That was fun. I want to go through and figure out how to rig him so that he's really fun to animate and has some really quirky movements and things like that. I really like the. It's just that I had my symmetry off, and I had it off for long enough that I was like, forget it, I'm not going to go back and fix it. I just figured I'd go through, do half of it, and then worry about fixing symmetry when I get back over into ZBrush. It's easy enough, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and I'll finish getting rid of. Come on, you. Stab it. Maybe what I can do is I'll just go ahead and I'll fix the symmetry here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. Control 1. All right. Two vertices. Grab those, make sure that those are all aligned on that 0. Okay. It's really cool to see it in this context, kind of see it coming along and starting to have like real topology. Yeah, it's just for fun. This nymph character is designed by Martin Nabel. You might follow him on Instagram or something. And I had actually gone through and printed her out and sent her to him, and he liked it so much he went through and redrew her. It was fun. It was really fun. So, but yeah. So what I'm doing right now is that I've had the sculpt in my portfolio for so long that I'm like, you know what? She needs topology, and she's such an interesting character that I think that there's a lot of opportunity for me to be able to showcase different modeling techniques, different things that I don't really have with my other characters. So that's kind of the idea of this, is going through and kind of finishing out, making it a real animation ready topologized character. Okay. Yeah. So it's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited. Let's go ahead and duplicate that. We will mirror it over the x-axis. Beautiful. Combine. Oh, let's get the vertices in here. Vertices, threshold, let's merge. Looked like that went well. All right. Now we'll go ahead and we'll turn on our symmetry. We'll say world X. Cool. Okay. Yep, we're good. Let's go ahead and save it so that we don't lose it. Yeah. Let me see. Cool. Okay, let's go ahead and turn this back on. And let's keep pushing up this antler. Grab that, put that in there, put a series of dots along here just to kind of control where this Edge loop goes. You know what? Maybe I'll leave that where it is, and then we'll take these edges and just kind of move them back a little bit, just to kind of make that so that it's more radial going around this curve. I was going to try to work on this inside of ZBrush, but I had forgotten that I'd already started it in Maya, and the file that I had for her in ZBrush was corrupt anyway, so I was like, forget it, I'm not gonna butt my head against this with an older version or whatever, you know. I'm just gonna go ahead and move forward with my best version. In this case, it's this one, so you know, it just is what it is, right? C'est la vie. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put this along here. It is what it is. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Yes, I can retopo in ZBrush, and in fact, in my course, that's what I show, is how to do retopology inside of ZBrush, because I feel like it's one of those things. I mean, a lot of people who have ZBrush may not have Maya. ZBrush has been a much more popular tool, even among hobbyists and students, and people trying to break into the industry and things like that. And so in my course, I show how to use ZBrush to retopologize, but then I do my UVs inside of Maya, because the UVs inside of ZBrush, it can be done, and I do have a little course on that too, a little tutorial on that on my ArtStation, Gumroad, and things like that. But it's kind of a joke. it's not a great tool for UVs at all. So I never recommend doing UVs inside of ZBrush unless it's something that can handle it. You know, like for instance, if I'm doing rocks, I'll usually just do my rock UVs inside of ZBrush and just let it do its own unwrap, and then it's great. You know, it works well, and you know, it services your needs in whatever pipeline you're working in. That's what we did at DreamWorks, and it works really well. So let's go ahead and kind of pull that down just a smidge. Pull this one down, kind of skinny it in a little bit. Whoops. Kind of overshooting it a little bit. I'm constantly trying to like look over at chat and look over at my my Streamlabs, at my OBS, to make sure that the stream's still going and things like that. One of the things that I try to listen for is the music, to see if the music cuts, and if the music cuts, that's one of my cues that like maybe there's something wrong with the connection. The music just cut, and I was like, oh my goodness, was I speaking, kind of manifesting a problem? You've only done sculpting inside of ZBrush, learned about topology at the pipeline a bit, general understanding. I teach at Noman. It's a big visual effects school for animation and games and film in Hollywood. Currently everything is online, so you know, it is what it is, right? let's kind of pull this out a little ways. But yeah, I super enjoy what I do, and then I try to make tutorials and courses for people who maybe can't afford to go to school, but who still want to be able to learn the same things. I try to create tutorials and courses that people can get and be able to work on their own. And then I try to also stream, and be able to offer up some free wisdom. It's a way to be able to kind of pay it forward, Let me see. Yeah, some of these areas are going to be really kind of tricky. So right here, I think we're going to go ahead and make this branch out so that it can start coming up and into this. Let's go ahead and plant that in there. And then we're going to need another one for this area right here. So you can see, we're trying to really just service the shapes. I'm trying to think about where I want to have topology flowing. I know I want to have it kind of, servicing this this curve, and I want to make sure that it's holding all the creasing, but then the creasing disappears at a certain point. And so I try to let's go ahead and kind of plant that down there, put this more at the edge. And then that's not really doing what I want it to do. So we're just going to go ahead and kind of manually add things in here. Add that in there and kind of connect that up. So these kites, like what you're talking about here, it's really just a way to be able to kind of change the flow and to be able to support shape. Essentially what it's doing is it's not so much about reducing edges. I mean, technically you could go through and you could have like 3 edges just continue down and through, but then it creates creasing when you go ahead and smooth your object out. So that's why we go ahead and we do things like this often. It's really just a way to be able to control and create actual shape. That's not going to work for me, so I'm going to put this down here. Put that there. Let's see if this will come here. There we go. Come on. There we go. Come on. You can do it. There we go. I had faith. I knew it would do it. So yeah. So those kites, that's what that's about. That's about going through and kind of making it so that you can add resolution in places where you need to. I've seen some places where they go through, in fact, in the old days where you really had to cut down on topology, you would have a ton of those kites or those I actually don't really know what else to call them, these transitionary points happening like around the face. You'd get a ton of those kind of going along the top of the face or down along the bottom of the face, or along the hands. Like if you were to look at the way that I have my hands modeled, you see it's like all these edges go through, but in order to kind of cut down on render time and things like that, computation, we had to go through and we had to kind of join edges together. So we'd select a couple of these and we'd merge edges to the center, and then we'd get rid of a couple of these edges. So we'd still get the resolution we needed in the hand, but then in the rest of the body we'd have less to deal with. And it's gonna bring that back. I don't need that merged or taken out right now. So yeah, it's all about kind of the theory of it. Let's kind of delete the history, hit save. Sweet. Okay. So yeah, it's super helpful, and it's totally worth doing too when you need to. For me, it's just going to be something I'll do up in these sorts of areas where I have grooves happening and then where the grooves stop. It's just a way to be able to kind of get rid of all that extra topology so that I don't have to worry about any creasing or artifacting happening when I go into render or smooth or things like that. See if I can get this to, doesn't look like it'll let me, so I'll just drag this out here, pull this out here, and let's put that about right there maybe. It's like sometimes my hand gets lost on what buttons I'm on. There we go. It's going to be really exciting for me to see this antler come together and to see it you know, finally topologize, because I was so happy with the way that the shapes turned out and everything, and so being able to see this kind of come together with actual topology, something that I can go through in texture and things like that, that's going to be stellar. I can't wait to do that. All right. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to decide. I try to look at what it is that I'm working on too, just to kind of get more of a gauge of what it is that I'm creating, and to kind of strategize and figure out as I'm working through it what might be the best course of action, things like that. It can be kind of tricky sometimes, so it definitely does take a lot of paying attention, looking at it from different angles. You see, at this point I'm curious because it's starting to bend out, so I think I might need to make sure that I take care in how much fanning I get through here. So it'll probably get like compressed as it goes up through here, and then it'll probably be a little bit spread out as we get down here to the bottom. You can see that starting to happen quite a bit through here. Okay, so I'm trying to keep an eye on different ridges. Let's maybe take this and kind of spread it down a little bit further. pull this up this way. I had a friend, a good friend of mine actually from... Why isn't ZRemesher good enough? It's not, it's just not. There are some things that it'll service really well, like if you're doing hard surface things or things that don't need to deform or things like that. Sometimes you can get something that's kind of close. In fact, I talk about this in my course too, about why ZRemesher is not the right way. It can create something that's good and somewhat usable in some instances, but for an animation ready topology, if I were to go through and try to hand in or pass off my my ZRemesher topology as something for production, they'd come back to me and say it was sloppy, and then I'd never get a job again. So it really depends on what it is that is being made, how much it needs to deform, those sorts of things. And for a character, the character needs to be more controlled. If you're working on the clothing, since the clothing is more organic, yeah, they would. They would definitely tell you that it's sloppy. It look like they'd tell you, you know, these edges are not controlled, and you know, this, that, the other. So it's a real thing. It's a real thing. So yeah. Let's go ahead and kind of smooth that out a little bit. So no, I saw a portfolio the other day where the person who had made the thing that I was looking at had gone through and created this this really cool looking dinosaur, and like when you look at the final render, it looks really good. But if you look at the topology, like it's really just made for a final render. The topology was terrible. It had no, like the flow was it was all ZRemesher. I mean, it was terrible. It was not something that was fit for production, and that was something that I could tell just by looking at it. I mean, you can tell by it because ZRemesher will go through and it'll sometimes create spirals in the topology where it's like instead of creating like a nice clean loop going around an object, it'll go through and it'll create kind of like this loop that kind of goes and it goes and loops out, or I don't know. It's weird. It is so weird. But yeah, definitely worthwhile creating real topology. This area is going to need to get cleaned up after I take it into ZBrush, and we'll finish out some of the topology there. I'll finish out the eye topology inside of ZBrush, the mouth topology. We could probably go ahead and finish pulling the rest of the topology from the mouth down. Let's do that. Okay, so that we've got that good continuous loop going underneath the chin here. Let's add one more loop up here at the top. Oh, sorry, wrong button. Tab middle mouse. Okay, kind of pull this over, something like that. Not tab. Yeah. Um, is my face topology inspired by Hippodrome? Yeah, a little bit. There are certain principles that he talks about that are really important. Things like, having the loops around the mouth, loops around the eyes, loops around the get the nasolabial fold, things like that. But most of what I base it off of are things that I learned at Disney, things that I learned at DreamWorks. Things that I've learned through study and application. It's kind of a it's kind of tricky because it's like there are a lot of different sources that I've drawn inspiration from to get good topology done. And Brian Tyndall is one of those. But definitely working and looking and studying things that I was able to work with at Disney and DreamWorks and Warner Brothers and other places that I've been to. Certainly application, different that's a little bit too long. Being able to work on it and practice it and figure out what works and what doesn't work and why. And then teaching has definitely been a way for me to be able to practice and put it into application. Is that impossible to get a job at Disney? It's not impossible. It's just insanely difficult. My job at Disney, I was at Imagineering, so I got to work with a ton of different things. Mostly, my primary assignment was with the Tokyo group. I was part of the design team that put together a lot of different rides for the Disneyland Tokyo Seas expansion. In fact, I've got my little badge sitting right here. And then I also got to work on the Marvel campus, so that's really exciting. I can't wait for that stuff to start showing up so I can show all that stuff. But yeah, really, really fun. I really miss my job there. I was let go at the beginning of the pandemic because I was there as a contracted employee, and so it's just kind of part of life. Pandemics come and go. Actually, they just come. It seems like it just comes. It's not going anywhere. Okay, right here, what I'm going to do. So I've got this kite, as somebody put it. Was a cable? I can't remember. I can't remember who said it, but this kite, I kind of like it. So maybe we'll adapt the terminology here. So we're going to take that, and we're actually going to get a reverse kite over here to kind of ease out, since we have this crease right here, this channel ending right there. We're going to take this. We're going to have that be the end of that groove. You threw off my groove. I'm sorry, but you threw off the Emperor's groove. Yeah, no, it's not a. Well, it is a big deal, but it's it's something that we can figure out. It's something we'll get past. It's a place where really liked the people I worked with. And they really liked working with me, and so if there were, I need to zoom in some. Too much. So if a position opens up, there's a big possibility I could get hired back. But there are a lot of things that need to happen in order for that in order for that to happen, you know? Like, there needs to be an end to the pandemic. The projects that I was working on need to get kind of, you know, greenlit again. Oh, I was gonna say, don't you dare go down and bridge with that. I would have been so upset if that had gone down and connected with that point right there. It's like, oh, don't do that. Like, sometimes I get so irritated with how slow my computer is. It's like it's not letting me do anything. So when I start, I usually start with certain landmarks, like eyes or the mouth. Usually the eyes, and I'll usually start trying to give it like, you know, like 5 on the top and 5 on the bottom, and then just start kind of bridging it out so I get rough topology blocking out in all directions. From there, and because that allows me to have the resolution I need for the eyes to be able to open and close and to be able to support the shape of the eyeball itself. That sort of stuff is really, really important. And so, yeah, that's really kind of the main thing. Let's kind of put this over here, put this over here. Bridge that bad boy. S'il vous plaît. Merci. Merci, madame. Yeah. Yeah, I am deleting history, yeah. Yeah, this sucks. At least you're here to teach us. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I enjoy streaming. Oh, it's in the wrong spot. It's connecting to that bottom. Why is it going to the bottom? Just go to the obvious one right there. Come on, up, up, up. There we go. Okay. And then some of the rest of this antler, I'm going to have to kind of model inside of ZBrush. We'll put this point in here and kind of finish out that strand here. And then we'll put this one in and kind of, you know, put this out to there at least. We'll finish building this out down to here. But really, there's a whole lot of that antler that we're going to have to build out inside of ZBrush because of the way that I can't really see through the hair. I'm going to have to kind of sculpt the hair out on a base mesh, on the base mesh rather. So thinking about shape and resolution, yeah, for sure. Also probably ties in with deformation, absolutely. Yeah, it always ties in with deformation. Delete GPU cache, your high resolution model. That's true. That's true. I forget how to do that. It's been a long time since I've had to do that. It's been a long time since I've had to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go through and kind of play with it or look it back up. Yeah, quad draw is it's kind of clunky. It's really heavy. It's kind of hard to deal with sometimes, but you know, whatever. For the most part, it does what I need it to do. Let's go ahead and kind of pull this up. It's like it goes so stinking slow. Can you load the high poly as an alembic cache? It doesn't make the computer go slower. Yeah, maybe I can. Let's just do that. So, I mean, this piece is quite heavy. Let's turn it off. cache. Here, let's go through. I'm trying to remember how to do that. Let's see, export selection. I should be able to export an Alembic through here, right? No, so maybe it is just through the cache then. Okay, so let's say export cache. Side projects, not the stairs. Want this to go to Dropbox, ZBrush, characters for fun, Goblin Babe. Geocache. Oh, going to Alembic. So I don't actually see that in there. Maybe, is it something that I have to go? Maybe I have to turn it on. Let's go ahead and check out our Windows settings, preferences, plugin manager. You're right. Yeah, sorry. I try to mute it when I cough. That way you guys don't have to hear me coughing in your ear, because that's kind of irritating. Okay. Turn that into the live surface. Hopefully we should be much, much better now. Okay, let's save this. Then, cool. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll start working again. Yeah, it seems like it's about comparable, like it's pretty much the same. Maybe a hair faster. And not like a hair like a bunny rabbit faster, it's like a little bit faster. I don't know. I was expecting it to be, you know, since it's a reference, that it would be kind of, you know, less Okay, let's go ahead and take this, remove it, and let's turn off live surface. Let's go ahead and let's try just the importing it way. Alembic cache, import Alembic, characters for fun, going to the right folder. So the Alembic cache, it's essentially like taking a 3D snapshot of the model, and it's supposed to be a lot lighter, a lot easier to work with. So I mean, that's the model as we have it right now. Okay, let's try this again, see if it works any better. I suspect it won't be any different, really. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's really not doing anything different for me. Was an Alembic created by Disney? I don't know. That's a good question. That's actually a really good question. I know that Disney invented PTEX, which is essentially a way to be able to texture like on a per vertex color sort of basis. Not per vertex color. What is it? It's more of like a every face has its own texture set sort of thing. It's really kind of interesting. And I think they first invented that when they were working on Meet the Robinsons. But yeah, no, I don't know for sure. That sort of history stuff is kind of interesting though. The context behind it, of like why they invented things and whatnot. So one of the things that's kind of throwing me off is that it's going through and it has the mesh listed as a mesh, rather than having a different icon for Alembic. So I don't know. I'm curious. Yeah, because I mean it shows it underneath geometry. Let's keep working on it. Let's see if we can get this this other part of the antler kind of worked into it a little bit. Pull this over this way a little bit more. Let me see. Okay, let me see. So this will need to come down to something like right there, right there. Have that bridge out. This is going to come forward. Obedecedme. It seems to work maybe a little bit faster. Now that we've gotten a little bit into it. let's go ahead and we'll take this up a little ways. I do want this kind of creating a little bit of a pinch. Okay, so that should be good right there. And then this little area, we're going to have this kind of filtered down and through. We'll have to see if we have to go through and yeah, that's another thing I could do. Or I could go through and just take the, well, I guess I don't know if I can really take the mesh and now that it is an Alembic piece, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to worry about kind of trudging forward. The tool's not very fast anyway, so, and the process isn't very fast either, so. Okay, let's see. This right here, we're going to kind of bridge through here. Yeah, let's go through and just kind of extrude out the two of them. And then we can adjust. Ooh. That's one thing I kind of appreciate about ZBrush, is that I can't go through the model, but at the same time it's one of the things that I hate about ZBrush, is that I can't go through the model. It's like sometimes I like to actually work on the model from the inside of ZBrush. It's just, it can be useful sometimes. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out how I want to go about dealing with this topology. I think I might just keep the edges as they are. I have like these 3 edges coming through. I think I'm going to keep it. Let me see. Let's go ahead and middle mouse tab, bring that out. Bring that out, bring that out. Fix the flow a little bit there. Okay, at this point, oh, stream is skipping? Sorry. I hope it's not skipping too bad. The internet signal here is terrible. Or it certainly can be. Oh, good. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt, the way that the internet works. It's great when it works, but when it doesn't work, it's just a pain in the butt. One thing I do like about retopology in Maya is that you can still use Maya's modeling tools. Yeah. Yeah. You deserve more viewers. Well, thank you. I have a lot of fun. If you want to, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel, and that way you can see all the different streams and things that I've made in the past. And ooh, found a flip normals video on the GPU cache process. That's good to know about. I'll have to go check that out, because yeah, they offer some good tips and tricks and things. Henning and Morton. Yeah, they're good guys. It's like character surgery. Yeah, absolutely. It is absolutely like character surgery. It's like, and it's like you're trying to be careful so you can preserve the life of the character, and yeah, all sorts of funny things that you gotta kind of take into consideration. But yeah, whatever. Okay, let me see. I think what we're gonna do is that this loop right here, I'm going to have that go all the way around, and that'll be kind of my base point for starting out the rest of the antler, which should be great. Here, let's see, tab, bring that out. And this is all going to kind of filter in through here. So I need to make sure that I am pinching my topology together right through here. Okay. We're going to want to add in probably an extra loop because this is getting really kind of sparse through here. It's a really broad space to like have just a single span of topology. But for now, let's go ahead and we'll just kind of pull this up, and then we'll have this be kind of a 5-pointed star area too. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and kind of tab, bring this up. Tab, bring this up. Okay. So then here we can go ahead and we can start kind of taking it around the back side. We're getting some interesting splitting right here though. So maybe what we'll do is we'll add in an extra piece here just so we can have the resolution we need going up. And that should work out nicely for us. Nicely enough, anyway. Since this is a piece that is going to be rigid, it's not going to deform. It's going to be solid and whatnot. I mean, it's a different game to play than here, add in that edge loop right there. It's a different game to play than, you know, with something like around the mouth or around the nose or the ears or things like that. It's funny when non-3D coworkers walk by my monitor when I'm doing UVs, and they're like, "What are you doing to that model?" Freaks them out when they see UVs with no eyes. Yeah, it's it certainly can be. There was this one, hold on a second. There was this, when I was working on the course, in fact, maybe I should pull up the picture. I think I should have the picture somewhere in my folder. When I was working on my course for my mermaid, is it in progress? No, I'll have to find it because this is funny. Just going through the baking process of baking out different texture sets and things like that. The texturing side of things didn't end up actually being part of the tutorial purely because of how poorly my computer handles recording and doing the Substance Painter stuff. But yeah, going through and baking out thickness maps and everything, it was super cool to see kind of like how it got like the dark tones and the super white eyes and everything. It was fun. And then inside of Maya, or ZBrush rather, when you hide the body, you know, that's what you're left with. You know? It was just funny. It made me laugh. Anyways, So that's fun, and that's from my my characters for animation course that I have online on my art station. Let me see. Pull that down maybe. Yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny. Yeah. Yeah, extruding or not extruding, sorry, but like hiding the upper lip or the lower lip and seeing like the way that the teeth kind of show through. It's kind of like the it's like this, you know. You see the funny lips, you know. It's just like so much teeth. It's like Stephen Colbert's imitation of Eric Trump. He's like, what, Dad? Yeah, let me see. I'm gonna go through and kind of push this crevice through. And then we can base the rest of the topology kind of off of that, or off of what's around it. So we're getting another groove in here. Let's do this. There we go, Control Shift. I was like, what's the keyboard shortcut? I'm forgetting. Hate it when it's like your mind is playing dumb and you can't get it to not play dumb. Like, it must be Monday, but wait, no, it's not Monday. It is precisely 2 days after Monday. It's Monday cubed. It is Wednesday the 13th. Así es pues. All right, let's see. We got this going on. Take it too far up. With this particular area, since it is so twisty and windy, I think I'll probably try to keep it so that it's very, you know, so that I keep the spacing of my my dots or of my spans about the same. Back just a little bit. Yeah, this is kind of interesting because I'm getting kind of like a ridge against a ridge sort of movement over here. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's grab this, kind of pull it down. That needs to stay there for now. It's kind of swinging over. Ooh, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Okay, I'm getting ideas, guys. I'm getting ideas. Okay, so since this is going with that ridge, I'm going to keep it with that ridge. And we're going to take this over. This is getting dangerous, guys. This is going to get dangerous. Yeah, I've never topologized anything quite like this before. Anything this detailed and this twisty, and so it's like, it's an interesting challenge. It's gonna be cool though. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and add another split over here, and then we'll have another crease kind of come over here. We'll probably terminate this crease maybe over here. Sounds like a plan. And it's gonna go through and extrude this out. This needs to come back some. This is a little bit too far forward. That'll work a little bit better. Okay. Let's get rid of, please, navigate. Okay, there we go. Good night. Okay. Oh my goodness, it is like going so slow. Let's go to tools. Let's go ahead. Let's delete history. Let's clear dots so that way we don't have any extra funny dots hanging out on the surface that we don't need. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's do this. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be great. All right. Okay, pull that over. And then we'll take the, sorry, tab. Take this, pull that out, pull that over, and merge that together so that becomes the end of that crease. All right. Go ahead, pull this around. Seems to work a lot better doing it this way rather than going through and drawing out the dots and then, you know, holding shift to be able to fill in the quads. This is where you start thinking about breaking the model into parts. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is something I'm going to be pushing through all the way. I am totally keeping this as I've started it, and it's going to be great. You will see. It's going to be great. Super totally great, awesome. Okay, let me see. Let's go ahead and start pulling up this piece and this piece. We'll start working on this. Yeah. See, I'm just trying to be infectious with my, come on, Maya, work. Yeah, I know that's totally how it goes. You can do it. You can do it. Just trying to be infectious with my can-do attitude. Oh, I didn't want to do a single. I wanted to do a double. In fact, what I could have done is just taken the bottom loop and just bridge that up. might keep that spacing kind of the way it is because there's a little bit of a sort of ridge kind of happening through there. So you might as well, right? Try to keep it. And I think I might take this and actually start it back here instead. Here, let's go ahead and tab. There we go. I think that's better. That works quite a bit better. So I told you it'd work. I told you it'd work. See, it's working. That's totally doing awesome. Okay. Boy, I just barely got that microphone off just in time. Otherwise, you would have had an earful of Do you try to avoid triangles as much as possible? Absolutely. There may be times where I feel like I can't avoid them. I know that I have had that time here and there, but most of the time, I feel like it's totally within reason to you know, to be able to control your topology enough to get full quads. Yeah. There's going to be a point where this is going to have to kind of, we're going to have to add another groove. We're going to possibly add in a 5-point star where it can kind of change direction so it can go into this other branch. Not entirely sure where all that's going to come from, but it's going to come from somewhere. Getting too close, Maya. Getting too close. Kind of wish I could stream to Facebook too, but I think in order to stream to Facebook too, I have to have like a paid streaming plan or whatever. Auto save. Let's hit save. That's a good reminder. Yeah, that's exactly how I think of it too. It's like if I see if I find a spot where I'm coming to a triangle, I try to figure out how to work that out. I don't feel like there's really ever you're never really tied into that corner where you have to add a triangle, I feel like. That being said, I see some topology happening. Absolutely. How you doing, Danny? Yeah, so I'm going through and kind of retopologizing. I've started retopologizing this this character that I've had on my demo reel for years, and I'm just like, you know what? She needs some real topology. So let's give her some topo love and make all of her wildest dreams happen. That's gonna come over here. Gonna make that nice and thin so that it can kind of hold that crease better. And it might be worth adding in an it's not worth adding in an extra loop in there. Never mind. Ignore that. Well, once she's done, yeah, for sure. I read that remark wrong. I was like, wait, no, I can't say that. She can, but Alrighty. Okay, so far so good. Let's pull this out. Man, it's getting late in there. I might need to step away and get some lunch. Need to lunchar. Let me see. You know what? Let's get rid of, zoom in a little bit, please. Just a little bit though, there we go. Okay, let me see, tab, let's go ahead and drag this up. Pull this over. I'm gonna try splitting this right here so I can get that 5-pointed star and start to build kind of that extrusion going up. I need to add some more random messages for when the restream bot goes through and kind of does that post, you know, and says, you know, welcome guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream, you know, so I can go through and kind of advertise the course and things like that too, you know. Get more things happening. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll go through and I'll also add in like the chat over here so that it can be seen. But whatever. It's not the most important thing I'll do all day, so not a huge deal. Let's go ahead and pull this over. Pull this up. All right, so far we're getting somewhere. Still have some cough drops, but not very many. Starting to definitely run out. Let me see, what other streams do you guys like to watch? Yeah, maybe we'll plant it up there. That way it can be kind of the, like a bookmark for where I want to kind of merge some things together. This point right here, let's kind of click that and drag it up. Same thing for this one. Let's clear the dots. Izzy Medrano. I want to go check these out. I'm gonna pull them up while you guys mention them so I can see. Let's see, Izzy Medrano. Ooh, digital painting mastermind. Look at that, sketchbooking. Cool. Got a great sense of color and value and things like that. That's great. That's cool. Let's see. Nimlot. Oh, let's go to the art station. Is this it? That looks like Lady Gaga if she were set in like a like an Edwardian era, not Edwardian, it's much older than Edwardian, Elizabethan. Maybe not quite Elizabethan. I'm super bad at like eras. I'll stop pretending. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's our Lady Gaga character there. Okay, I think I've seen his stream before because I remember seeing this at some point. That's some fun stuff. Shoot gun scream. Sound effects. I'm not sure what that refers to. Shoot gun scream. Yeah, no idea what that refers to. Oh boy, notifications. Okay, let me see. Let me see. This, I want to have this uphold this little bit of a like a demi ridge that is kind of going up along there. So let's do that. Pull this up. So Much Monsters. Is that one So Much Monsters, is that oh my goodness, Madeline? Madeline from the Pixelogic streams? Hey Mick. How you doing, Mike? How you doing? Shotgun scream. Maybe, let's check it out. Is that one that you've oh, it's Spicer it's at Spicer's personal channel? Oh yeah. Hey, check that out. Yeah, Spicer's good. He has a good sense of like this is my favorite one that he's done, like ever. I love the form, I love the flow, I love the composition. One of the hard things for me about it is just that it doesn't stand out as much. Like I wish that there was a little bit more contrast between Psylocke and the dragon behind her. But yeah, super love the way that this looks. The volume in her body and the way that the clothes feel like they're fitting with her forms nicely and everything. It's super cool. Really like Spicer's stuff. He's funny. He'll always jump on when I'm on the Pixelogic stream, and he'll be like, "Steven's #1," and I'm just like, "Hey, Spicer." Okay, this is legitimately pointless. Trying to figure out. And let's draw it up, clear up there, because that's where we'll get rid of those extra edges. Let's go ahead and let's do this. And we'll take these. Oops. So Much Monsters makes a bunch of ZBrush tools, different from Madeline Spencer, but she's awesome as well. So Much Monsters. Is she not Steve Lord's wife? Is it? No. Big Sculptor. No, what's his name? Oh my goodness. She's the one. Isn't she the one that just did the Anubis sculpt or whatnot? I'm trying to think. So much monsters. I need to look her up because this is, or yeah. Oh, nope, not the same person. Well, that's cool. Ooh, thanks for telling me about this, guys, because I really like how that looks. Like visually, I love that painterly, that hand painted sort of textures. Yeah, gonna have to keep track of that. Cool. Yeah, so that's a good page. Oh, that's great. Look at that. Ooh, ooh, the flames on that guy. Yeah. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Yeah, okay. So this is a person I'm going to have to follow a little bit more closely. I really like their stuff. Look at that. Great detail. Super cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, definitely gonna have to look at that more later. Something like that. I don't have Topo Gun. I have Maya, and quite honestly, I prefer it to Topo Gun. I have tried Topo Gun before. I tried it back when I worked at Warner Brothers Games. I tried that. I tried 3D Coat. What else did I try? I mean, there was another tool that I tried, but yeah, Maya is just kind of the tool that I've always used. But yeah, I mean, different people use different tools. Maya's just kind of always been there for me. Pull that out. Gonna have more merging down here. And get rid of that extra series of edges going through there. So now essentially this is going to give us a little bit extra right here. Let me see. There's a lot of there are a lot of shapes kind of merging down. Thanks, Quicks. Let me see. Check this one out if you like non-photoreal. Hey, Michael, which one are you talking about? I don't know if you sent a link or whatnot. It doesn't come through to my Restream app. If you did send a link, if you do want to send links though, it's easy enough to go through. You can send it to somewhere like my Instagram. You can send me messages there, or oh, you know what? I'm going to take this. I'm going to Boom. It's going to be kind of a heavy point right here, but it'll be good enough. You know what? Maybe I don't want to. I don't want to bridge that together like that. Let's just carry those points through. Oh yeah, midlife crises. Yeah, that's Caleb Rice. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I actually worked with him at DreamWorks briefly. He was on Trolls, I was on Dragons, and then now he's up at Pixar actually. So wait, does he stream? Yeah, because like if Caleb streams, I've totally gotta check him out. He's got his Vimeo page. Yeah, yeah. This yeah, let me show you that because that's super good. I really like what he. I knew it would start back up. I was waiting for it. Okay. There we go. There is his monkey just right up over there. Super cool. And you can see him in a turntable right here. It blew my mind when I saw it. It totally, like, I mean, I think I commented too, where it's just like totally threw me for a loop. Yeah. Yeah, so like my friend Mike, he commented, is like, yeah, it literally looked like a drawing. It's like, I totally agree. It totally looked like a drawing. I commented the same thing at some point. I can't remember. He probably has a bajillion comments already. But yeah, super great. Super great. Yeah, I'm super excited about looking through and studying this bunch of stuff right there. That's so cool. This stuff right here. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to try something. I'm going to have this kind of come over here. Add that in. And then we'll just bridge these pieces together. Bridge that together, and that becomes a, well, obviously it's not really a 5-pointed star, it's a 6-pointed star, but it should be fine. Should be, hopefully. Yeah, I don't think he streams, but yeah, it's super cool. Super cool. I really love how that monkey turned out. You know what? I don't think I want to put that 5-pointed star right there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add in one more edge right there. Gonna pull that up, pull this up. Put the 5-pointed star maybe right here. That way, it'll allow for us to carry this edge loop down, over, and around the edge. And I don't know exactly where it'll go beyond that. Haven't planned that far ahead. But it'll go somewhere. It's kind of tricky with how pieces are intersecting or like overlapping. It's kind of hard to see. Just because I don't want to lose track of these spans going through, I'm just going to go ahead and kind of close this up. Okay, just to be able to kind of test this out. Let's see what that's looking like. Smooth it out. You can see that's how it looks smooth. Awesome. It's exciting. It's exciting to me. It's okay. I'll get excited by myself. Okay, let's delete history, save. One of the things I've been really grateful for in recent years is how they've gone through and modified the quad draw mesh to feel like it's on top of the mesh that you're drawing on. In the past, I mean, it would be kind of like sinking down through the mesh and whatnot. But yeah, this is so much better, so much happier. Take this over here like this, and then I need edge loop right there, there, and there. Let's go ahead and let's pull out a bunch of pieces here, connect it on up. So that part's pretty good. Let's finish out the base part of this of this antler now that I've neglected it for long enough, right? Let's see. Oh, that's not what I want. I want a tab. I was like, what's it doing? Oh, it's smoothing. I don't want to smooth. I want to I want to extrude. So at the bottom of this, I am going to want to create a groove. So maybe we'll extrude this out again here to kind of create that support edge. And we'll kind of extrude it out again so we get that support edge on the other side. Pull this out. Kind of extrude this out. This is going to be messy though, so it's something I'm going to have to really be careful with. A ver, what's happening in here? Okay, it got messed up. Let's make it so that we're not. Come on, Control Y. Oops, Control Z. Okay. Yeah, definitely don't want to be pulling out that much then. I kind of wanted to see how far I could push it, but I obviously pushed it too far, so. Okay, now I can use the middle mouse click and drag. that up, kind of fix the flow of that edge going through there. Gonna kind of pull this up. I might, it feels like a good idea to go ahead and take this edge loop and kind of continue it along so that it goes along the whole base of that horn, that antler. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me see, here's what I am going to do. I'm just going to kind of even this out a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and we'll add in a kite, as it was so affectionately called earlier. I'm not entirely sure, like how the, oh sorry, not shift, tab. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to connect underneath the hair, but I do know that that's going to be necessary to have. You can see like we're getting some symmetry issues over here. Not entirely sure why, but yeah, that's definitely that's kind of why I hadn't been working with symmetry, is that it just kind of gets messed up sometimes. And it could be for a number of reasons. It could be that maybe my my model from ZBrush maybe has a little bit like a little bit of asymmetry in that place, or it could just be that maybe just something with Maya just kind of got boogered up. I don't know. Let me see. I'm just gonna hide this. Let's title it though. We'll call it Topo Example. It smells nice. What is it? Okay. Maybe in a little bit. What is your favorite TV show to watch or listen to while you work, or what do you like to do? lately, I've been listening to Star Wars Clone Wars while I work. It can be kind of fun. It's not my favorite though. I feel like one, the animation feels really kind of terrible. Um, the story is kind of interesting though, but it's really kind of distracting how non-linear it is. So I guess to be kind of hard to listen to sometimes from that standpoint. Awesome. Stream is dope since I am also retopoing right now. Otherwise, whatever I'm watching, listening to always ends up on pause for hours. Yeah, I get that too. I get that too. Let's go ahead and take this up maybe a little bit further. And spread this out some more. What is it that you're working on retopoing? Are you working on a character? Are you working on some sort of environment piece? Or yeah, sometimes I'll go through and I'll watch or listen to streams. It can be pretty helpful sometimes. You just kind of pick up on little tricks. Gendy? I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, the walk cycles in Clone Wars, they're terrible. Oh my goodness, and the pacing of the animation, everything's so smooth, and it's just like it's like there's no consideration for smooth in, smooth out, or sorry, ease in, ease out, or overlapping action or anticipation or weight or timing or there's just I'll stop. I'll stop. And granted, I'm sure I'd probably feel different about it if I had grown up with it, but I mean, it's new enough that I'm only just now beginning to see it for the first time, so whatever. I did watch Soul. I love Soul. There are things that I didn't particularly care about with it, which is fine. I mean, that happens. But I thought it was such a neat concept, and it really kind of helps people to keep in mind that to just kind of step back and just enjoy life and just enjoy the things that there are, and you don't necessarily have to have a big grand purpose to have a life worth living. It's you can just live and just be happy, and you can be happy regardless of whether or not you achieve your life's biggest dreams, and your life's biggest dreams do not equal your purpose. And I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was great. A very good message. Man, all this time, and we only have that much more to show for it. It's been, about 2 hours now? Retopping a character for a client's commercial. Nice. Working from someone else's high-resolution sculpt that I did for a game model. Okay, that's pretty cool. Are you allowed to say what client? NDA stuff can be kind of tricky. Like when I over the Thanksgiving break, I did the if you guys saw the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, there was this Dwayne the Rock Johnson balloon for the commercial for his Young Rock show that's coming out on NBC. I got to design and build that. I couldn't talk about it at all until it was done, and thankfully it was such a short project that I didn't have to worry about waiting too long. Yeah, that can be kind of hard to wait. But hey, you've got work, and that's good. That's definitely good. Okay, let me see. Let's grab this and we'll say extrude out that loop. Looks like it's getting messy. Is it going to, it might, oops. Okay, let's just kind of pull this forward little by little. Cool. Okay, so this crease is going to kind of terminate right here, which is good. You liked that? I thought it was so fun. Yeah, one of my big projects before COVID was a headset VR traveling trailer. By the time people are putting on random headsets at events, it'll look old. Oh, that's hard. That's hard. Hopefully not. I mean, some things you can go through and you can kind of create, and it just has a timeless sort of like it doesn't age. That's always the hope, anyway, right? It's kind of a tricky game to play because there's always something to, some technological advances. There's always. Oh, sorry, I might need to go ahead and do that. Yeah. But yeah. Ooh, gotta stretch. But yeah, hopefully your VR traveling trailer ages well. Kind of spread these out just a little bit. Let's see. In fact, yeah, let's pull these all the way over here to this end. I might go through and add like a couple of support edges over here so that we can get, so for instance, we'll just come over here and just add support edges. So that way we can really control that shape going up. And that goes down. I don't know that I want this to go down, but we'll have to, yeah, we'll probably have to have it kind of imitate what's happening on the other side. Let's see. Can't tell if that fused or not, so I'm just gonna have to kind of fiddle around with it, see if it works. Yeah, it looks like it fused. Okay, let me see. Maybe what we'll do is we'll take this. Nah. Oh, so tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Oops. So we'll maybe make this so that it's going up the middle, just so we can have some sort of predictability about like how many spans thick or whatever this is going to be. Okay, let's grab this, connect it in. Something like that so far. So far. Kind of pull this over. Oh, shoot. Didn't want that. Okay, that's better. That's better. And that's better. Okay. I'm actually kind of glad that I'm doing this inside of Maya instead of in ZBrush. I feel like it can be a little bit easier to work out topology things inside of ZBrush or inside of Maya. But one of the things I really like about doing it inside of ZBrush is that then I have really good sculpting tools that I can then go ahead and control the topology that I'm working on. You know, keep the forms clean, tighten things up really nicely, really easily. Some of these other things, it's just kind of difficult. Bah. Let's kind of pull this one out. Tired. It's like okay, I'm going to tighten up this space back here, kind of simplify it with the way that the topology goes. Let's keep building this out though for now. pull this out. Maybe the length of about 2 spans. Just to kind of simplify it, maybe. Maybe. Right up here is where we're going to want to have this kind of merge down. So let's go ahead and start by pulling this out. Pull that over. How many calories you burned working on this retopology? Yeah, it is kind of tricky, especially at points where you're trying to get. Why is it adding a new point? Grab the old point. Where you're trying to figure out little things like this, where it's super ornate and twisty and. Yeah, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I'm kind of crazy for having done this, but I've gone too far now to too far now to quit. Right? Let's have this start to kind of go up the side of the of this extra little horn here. Oh boy. Oh boy. You are brave, never give up. Never surrender. Trying to decide whether to continue working on those ears and get the ears kind of wrapping around, or if I should. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, not shift. Dang it. Tab. Okay, and that goes up to the top. Just want to make sure that I'm getting these pieces wrapping around nicely. And let's say, bring it up maybe to the center for now. Bring the rest up there. Just to have a little bit more of the form of the piece there. Hit save. Delete history. Here, maybe what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll add. Maybe I won't do that quite yet. I do, because I do want to tighten that crease up down here. Let's see. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to pull this down, pull this down, pull this down. And this will be kind of a transitionary point. Where it's like it's going up and it's going down, it's going over. So we'll do this for right here. this go down. Cool. Yeah, I'll add in an extra loop right here. Oh, not smooth, please. Okay, and then this point we can go ahead and we can kind of pull this out. Pull this down, even it out some, cozy it on out. Come on, grab that edge, pull the points down. All right. Okay, so far that's working at least a little bit. Add that in. Let's kind of join those together. Okay. It's like video games. You just enter the unknown area, get beat up, then learn then learn and level up, find better tools, weapons, then attack again. Second time around, not as hard. Yeah. Yeah. At least that's the idea. That's the plan, right? Let's go ahead and pull this out so we know where we're trying to merge to. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is the edge that we're trying to line it up to. So that's great. Just bring it up and get them to come together. So now we've got that full loop coming around. Perfect. I do want to check periodically just to make sure that everything's going all right. Looks like everything is going all right. Because one thing I don't want to do is build in a spiral. That would be absolutely miserable. Okay, so making sure that that's going well. It looks like it is so far. Let's add in an extra loop there. Cool. It's really hard to see sometimes. Cool. I want to keep this going right along that ridge, and I think what I need to do is just go ahead and start. In fact, maybe what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll get rid of this. Tab, click and drag. And then we'll go ahead and we'll just add in an extra bit of topology here so that we can kind of crease this area coming through here a bit more. Yeah, in fact, I've done that before. It's just that it feels like I'm doing the process before I do the process, and so it's like I'm doing twice the work. It just feels like kind of a pain. Whereas here, I'm just kind of following forms. So Yeah, so that's kind of my view on that particular method anyway. Kind of pull this over here a little bit. See, all that's kind of going over there. It doesn't have to, so we're going to pull this over more. No, don't want that. Okay, so somewhere over in this area, this topology is going to kind of break out and go over here. In fact, I might even start doing that here. Let's just kind of pull this out, pull this up, pull this over. Okay, that way we get the edge flow. It's going to be going around the antler piece right here. And it's also kind of going up. Just trying to get a feel for how that's going to be. Yeah. Oof. Gotta sit up straight more often. Gotta be better about that. My posture suffers way too much. I was in a car accident a few years back where somebody rear-ended me on the freeway, and good grief, it was so terrible. I still suffer from it. But yeah. So yeah, that's one of the things that I've got to be quite a bit better at, is just controlling my my posture, being better at sitting up straight or stretching more often or things like that. As I've been sitting here in this chair for hours. Okay, so these points, okay, that's cool. That'll work. That'll work. Got sandwiched one time, wasn't too bad. That's good. Yeah, there probably is some damage to the discs. I know that there was some misalignment, and my chiropractor back when I was, early on getting treated, he was going through and treating it and trying to help me get realigned and things like that. But I couldn't keep being treated because because the settlement monies weren't coming through, and so I only just barely got settlement money, and this happened years ago, 2017, almost 4 years now. Holy crap. drives me nuts that it took that long, because that was a good chiropractor and I was getting really good service there. I always felt better coming away from their office, and that's the idea, right? But then, since the payments weren't coming through, and I couldn't afford to pay for a chiropractic bill out of pocket, I was essentially dropped as a client, and so that was hard. Just gonna kind of dive into getting this new crease in there. I'm going to try to realign these points too as I go along to help favor this edge, so that way it'll help to kind of support that edge. It's on the up and up. Let's go ahead and pull this back actually a little bit, because one of the things that I'm noticing is that I've got these edges over here. I need somewhere for them to go, so I'm going to add in a loop right there, and then we can go ahead and we can kind of pull this along so that it's got more of a decent spacing for the loops that we'll be bringing in. Oh, I don't want to rush. Okay, I thought it was I don't want to wish, and I was like, I don't want to wish. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have these three edges kind of come together to support this this shape right here, this groove. And then we'll have these to come over here to kind of help support this shape over here. And then we've got these down here to support what's happening down on the lower levels. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? Maybe what I'll do, let's pull this up. We will model in this little crease. It feels like this is a very intentional crease instead of a messy one, so I'm going to go ahead and actually model that in as if it's like a piece of the form that's kind of like overlapping the other piece, so it's creating like this little bit of an overhang. Yeah, we can figure that out. Whoa, why did that get all pinched down? That was crazy. Okay, that's better though. Let's go ahead and pull this out. Pull this one down, pull this out, pull this out. Gotta pull this over here just in case. I don't know perfectly well what it is that I want to put in over here to be able to make that shape, but we'll figure it out. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's go ahead and pull this out. Put in a couple of edge loops here, and then we'll get rid of that middle one. It didn't even do the whole edge loop. That's funny. Let's make sure that's all welded together. Should be just fine. The name of this character, I don't really know, because Martin Abel didn't come up with a name for her, and I haven't yet. I think I came up with a name at one point, so I might have to go through and find her again. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. All right. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take this, and this is going to connect up into this. Because that feels like that's the best option for this particular line of topology. Let's go ahead and bring this down and tighten that up some. Terrible with naming characters. Yeah, I teach at Noman, so I get the student version for free. And I haven't needed it for client projects for a long time, so when I do need it for client projects, I go through and I'll buy a temporary license. So it's nice from that standpoint. That you can do a temporary professional license, but since I do personal projects and teach classes, I get to benefit from free software. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna put. Hold on, let's go ahead and we'll extrude this out. Extrude that out. Extrude that out. Yeah. Yeah. It is nice being able to have the same license on multiple computers. At the same time, it can be a little bit of a pain to orchestrate those licenses. I know that when I was at Disney, there were a lot of different pieces of software that we had to kind of coordinate. Well, this is the difference between float licenses and individual licenses. It's just kind of like having to share a seat with someone else. It's like playing musical chairs sometimes. But beyond that, we also had to worry about the way that, like, if licenses are not connected to the same server, then you lose connection to the actual software. So like if I had to take my computer home to do some work, I had to use my own computer to do the work. It wasn't something that I could do using my work computer. So I ended up eventually trading out my work laptop for just a desktop computer, because I mean the laptop wasn't doing for me what I needed anyway, so get rid of it. I'm gonna have to like modify the forms in here a little bit, clean it up some later. But for now, she's not half bad. For some reason right now, I'm super craving like a cherry Pop-Tart. I need to go down and have lunch. Not cherry Pop-Tarts though. I haven't had a cherry Pop-Tart in years, and typically it's not my favorite, but right now the flavor just kind of sounds good, you know? Okay, let me see. I'm gonna take that. Yeah, maybe we'll do it like that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to take this and we're going to say, pull this out like this. Maybe I'll kind of adjust this a little bit. Cozy it on out, as it were. No, that's too. Okay, so I do want to kind of cozy this on out like that, but yeah, this might get messy. We're gonna try it though. Ooh, better idea. Better idea. I'll just use this. Maybe. If I'm lucky. Yeah, let's see if we can figure this out. Orale. Tracking down raspberry toaster strudels hasn't been easy during COVID. It makes me appreciate them more. Yeah. Any of those things that you would get for sure. You know what? Maybe what I'll do is I'll take this, move it over a little bit, because I feel like this does need to bridge to this. Just gonna take it out. But then this right here can possibly be one of these to be able to bridge to this. So what I'm going to do is kind of pull that out. Pull this out. Si nos dejan. Let's go ahead and bridge that together. And then we can take this and we can use our multiple piece and bridge. Yeah, there we go. There we go. The name of this song's kind of interesting. Waking Up by Culture Code. Reggaeton. Okay, I got that. So far, so better. Okay, that's much better. Oh, no, it's black. ¿Tienes alguna canción favorita en español? It kind of depende de mucho de como el tipo de música que me llega en el día, que varias veces me gusta mucho la música de Camila, es un grupo mexicano, y también el grupo Natalino, que es un trío de Chile. Me gusta mucho la música de ¿cómo se llama el chapo? Este man que tiene una canción muy chistosa que se trata de Facebook. Yeah, it's really funny. Pero también me gusta mucho la música de Ricardo Arjona, que es muy poeta. Me gusta también algunas de las canciones de Shakira o Maná. Me encanta la música de Maná. Maná acaba de poner una canción pues que hicieron junto con Shakira, que se llama algo como La Verdad o algo así, Mi Verdad. Es muy buena la canción esa. Pero sí, me fascina mucho la música. La música en varios aspectos, eso es lo que me ayuda a mantener el español, sobre todo. Pero en realidad no he escuchado mucho de la música española. Hace un rato sí. So yeah, for anybody wondering what I just was talking about, I was asking cultura profética. Voy a tener que buscarlas. ¿Qué tipo de música es? Yeah, somebody was asking Bardes 32. Bardes 32 was asking about if I listen to any Spanish music. and what my favorite song is in Spanish. And so we talked a little bit about a couple of groups that I like. Should get some point lights up whenever you resolve the whenever you solve the retopology section in center to keep going. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like little fireworks. It's like, yeah, you did it. That'd be pretty hilarious, actually. Okay, I gotta be really careful because that's starting to spiral. So that's going around over here. Shoot. Okay, I gotta figure out something else. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to connect right here. Just so that this way I can start to kind of control that shape, maybe. Okay, so that's going down, that's looping up and over. That is spiraling in kind of a weird way. I'm not going to worry too much about it. It'll be a pain in the neck when I come to do UVs, but oh well. Let me see. That's going up. That's spiraling too. Let's do something like this. Let's see if we can fix this at all. Yeah, my computer at Disney was really good. I never had any problems with it. I mean, okay, that was kind of a little bit of a stretch. I did have problems with it from time to time. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But I don't want to ruin that. I don't want to ruin that, because if I ruin that, then it's going to be a mess. Okay. So I've got an idea. Another one indeed. I'm going to take away this, and I'm going to try to get this to resolve just by going around, just to kind of complete the circle. So you see this is coming down over here. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so this is coming over here. So let's add in a loop right here. It's like, good grief. No, not relax, shoot. I do that entirely too often. Okay, so we're gonna have that continue through. And that has to loop up to this. Okay. Just so that way it's got a continuous loop going around that piece. That'll help to kind of establish more that that flow. Yeah, let's kind of take this away. See. Here, let's put in an extra loop right here just to be able to kind of bridge those across. Ugh. Oh, but yeah, so speaking to that point about NASA supercomputers, they're different and they're made for different things. You could probably do more actually with like the Disney computers. Actually, I don't know. They might be about parallel. Because really, I don't know what software they would use at NASA. It's an interesting question, though. Okay, I'm gonna close this gap down. Oops. Okay. Yeah, use Windows. Some places will use Linux. And some places will even use like Apple products, so iOS. But yeah, most places you can kind of guarantee yourself that you'll be working with. Oh, this is so much better. Okay, that you'll be working with Windows, especially if you're needing to use things like ZBrush. ZBrush only works on Windows, or on Apple products on Apple computers and iOS. So yeah, options, but let's fill that hole. If it'll fill it. There it goes. Fill that hole. Okay, guys, these antlers, well, I mean, okay, so this antler is getting so much closer to finished. Now that we're 3 hours into the stream, give or take, right? Okay, never mind. Yeah. The ones that we had at DreamWorks, those ones are really good. And they had like system switchers that we could use to be able to go between Windows side if we needed to use ZBrush or Photoshop or anything like that, and to the Linux side where we had Maya. So it was really kind of an interesting setup. I really missed those having like super powerful computer because I feel like it definitely makes a huge difference for being able to do lots of work quickly, because your computer's not the one slowing you down. It's going to work as fast as you work, someday. Someday when money grows on trees. Aren't those horns too dense? Nope. Nope. They are exactly as dense as I need them to be. The reason why I have them as dense as they are is to hold all the shapes. So if I go ahead and look at them by themselves, yeah, and if I hit my smooth preview, it's going to hold that hold all the creases and everything that I've built into them, and that's what I want. That's what I want out of this. What's nice too is that it's not getting too dense in the face, and that's why we're going through all the trouble of really building out all these sections very specifically. But yeah, because it's going to make it so that it's a lot better topologically in the end. So yeah, that's kind of the idea there. Wait, is that? Oh, come on. Object mode, please. Okay, I see the problem. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing, or like why I was seeing like a round blue bit right here. I was wondering if maybe I had somehow bridged the faces here with the faces on the back side, and I was like, no, but I didn't, so we're all right. Okay, let's take that, merge that up. Delete history. It'd probably be easier to just get it on one of those laptops that turns into a tablet. I've tried those before. They're not the easiest to use. One day you'll have all the things you want. Money comes and goes, but you're always gonna be cool. Thanks, man. I certainly try. My kids think so. Sometimes. When I let them do what they want to do. It's kind of one of the funny things about kids. And it's like, I get it. I was there. But at the same time, when I explain things, it's like, come on. You should get this. It's easy. You should understand why I'm saying no, or why I'm saying what I'm saying, or you should listen just for a second. Come on. It's just kind of funny that way. Some of these points, I'm going to need them to kind of merge together just to kind of consolidate and make it so I don't have as many points to deal with. Although this feels like this is kind of like twisting up and around. That could be cool. So maybe let's do that. Let's take this and we'll just lead this up and over. We'll take these and we'll kind of put them together, and then this will become kind of a transitionary point, I think. Let me see, 1 2 3 4 5. I don't want to add another one there. How do I want to do this? Alt tab. There we go. Ay, salud. You don't look old enough to have kids. Yeah, I have 2 kids. One's 8 and one's 5. Yeah, I'm 32 years old. Yeah, typically nowadays, I guess you don't see many people just over 30 with kids as old as kids that I have. But yeah, no, I've got 2 wonderful kids, boy and a girl. It's funny, my wife, every once in a while, she'll get comments like that, like, you don't look old enough to have kids, and she's not sure how to feel about that. She worked hard to get to where she is, you know. It's kind of a funny funny. It's like when I first met her, I thought she was 18. She thought I was 25. Yeah, age is kind of a funny thing. I was talking to a friend of mine actually. She runs an Instagram page. Her name is Melinda. Let me see. Manic Expression is her Facebook page. I was talking to her about just like, you know, being able to guess people's age, and ageometer is what she kind of calls it. It's really, really hard, and I feel like when I was younger, I was better at it, because really all you have to worry about is looking forward. You're younger, and so you realize when somebody's old, they look old, and you can kind of guess how old they are because of how much gray hair they have, or how bald they are, or, you know, whatever, or how much sinking is in their face, or, you know, whatever. But you know, now that I'm kind of in the middle of the age of people that I associate with, it's like, oops. It has kind of become this much more difficult thing to gauge, because I feel like I have to worry about remembering what people look like when you know, ages that are behind me, you know, in the 30 plus years, and then trying to gauge people that are, you know, years ahead of me. You know, it's just it's kind of odd, you know, how that works. Whoops, that's losing track of where that's supposed to be. You. Okay, cool. That is going to be interesting. So let's go ahead and keep building this up. I do feel like these edges, I'm going to keep them for now. I feel like this one, it's okay to have it kind of go up into here, and then I'll have it terminate up in here. Let's kind of pull this up or something. And it's funny because, like, when I was a kid, I remember looking forward and seeing, like, seeing teenagers and being like, they're so big, they're so tall, and look, that one has a beard, you know, and like, they're so old. And now that I'm, you know, long past being a teenager, it's just kind of odd looking at that in retrospect and being like, I can't guess people's age. Like, I can't look at a 12-year-old and say, yeah, you're about 12. Okay, most times I can guess about 12. But, you know, people in kind of those mid-range, especially when you get up between like 15 to 18, it's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more difficult. It's so tricky. let's go ahead and I guess we'll just keep building this across here. Level that out. Let's delete history. We'll hit save because that's what we do. If we don't, we don't do much. Okay, we are getting so close to like the top of these antlers, guys. Whew. Kind of move this over so that this is hitting that middle line there. We can kind of move this up too. That'll help to hold that shape a little bit better. Sometimes I go through and I'll like save like every 2 or 3 minutes just based on what my mind is doing. Sometimes my mind is just kind of thinking a little bit too much and I get paranoid and then I forget that I saved and I'm just like, maybe I'll just save just to be safe, you know? Better safe than sorry anyway, that's what my dad always said. This edge loop right here, I'm going to have this come over here. I think that having this kind of help support this edge over here, I think that that'll be helpful for maintaining kind of the flow and the shape that we have happening so far. Oops, wrong button. Middle mouse click and drag. Just keep it nice and tight through here. Shoot, come on, grab that edge loop right there. There we go. Yeah, we got that. We got that. Okay, let's kind of pull this up a little bit. Pull this point up a little bit. Go. It's a little bit better. Maya can't be trusted. Yeah, very true. Save immediately after saving. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can get it to be cooperative. Yeah, kind of. I kind of messed up my my directionality with some of my loops, but we can fix that. Over a little bit. So cool. I'm I'm grateful. So I got sick over the Christmas break, and spent it all cooped up in my room because we weren't entirely sure what it was. Although after like really researching it and assessing my symptoms and everything, we figured it probably wasn't COVID. So so no worries, you guys. You're not going to get sick, you know. No. But there was this stray cat that's kind of adopted my kids, and it's always over here playing with them and loves my kids to death. Super sweet little cat. And as soon as the cat started hanging around, I started getting itchy eyes and, you know, sneezing a little bit. But you know, that was kind of my clue as to, you know, it's not COVID. This is gonna be cat allergies, which is a bummer because I mean it's a sweet cat. I'd like to be able to be around it and play with it with the kids and have fun and whatnot, but my body obviously doesn't want me to be around the cat. Oh, I wanted to use the middle mouse. Is that gonna work? There are a lot more loops over on this side than there are over here, so I gotta figure out kind of how to resolve this so that it's not totally going to kill me. There's a huge difference in number of points. So let me see. This specifically goes down and around and kind of comes back out over here. So this connects to here, which is a pain because it's right there, you know, and then there are these two extra faces here that I've got to figure out how to resolve. Let's go ahead and we'll add that in. So I've got a way to be able to resolve this. I just don't want to use it. Okay, sorry about that. Maybe I don't really quite have the right way to resolve this yet. Yeah, let's go ahead and add a loop in here. Add that in there. I mean, that works. And then let me see, just to be able to kind of test it, kind of going down, up and around and over. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. Down, up, over and around. Nope, it's spiraling. Oh, shoot. Okay, how are we gonna resolve this? Okay, so this going through as the opening that's gonna come out over here, which is not the opening. So this is, you know, it's gaining one loop every time it moves over. So let's see. gotta figure this out. Dang it. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to delete this poly, and I am going to bridge it properly so that I know at least that the flow is done right at this point, just to kind of make sure that I am connecting. Mateus! How you doing, buddy? How's the course going? Mateus is one of the folks that bought my recently released course. Excited to see kind of how it goes and how things turn out. Okay, let me see. Right now, I'm kind of struggling through a tough piece of topology. These antlers on my character. Yeah, this is probably like one of the toughest points that I've ever had to topologize. It's driving me nuts. I'm gonna try this. Come on. Give me the edge loop. There we go. Oh, that wasn't supposed to be there. Okay. Pull that down. Okay, so we're going to let's have this come out, and we'll have this one kind of come around. Let's kind of bridge this together. I'm stuck in some parts like topology, but I'm loving the course. Yeah, it'll get easier with time and practice. It's definitely something that takes some time, and even after you've done topology for a while, you run into things that are like, doggone it, why can't I get this to work? Oh, nerds, come on. So we've got that going on now. And that's kind of resolving that a little bit. This. Oh, what is it doing? I didn't ask for that, I asked for this. Okay, so right here, I've got a better idea. So to be able to resolve that other loop up here, I'm going to get rid of this. And then we'll say, grab tab. But then there's that extra loop down there that I've got to worry about. Yeah, I've got it. Get rid of this and this. Eventually, this will all come together in a beautiful, harmonious way. Pull that down. Add in a loop right there. Yes, like with topology, it's all about kind of considering the forms. It's all considering the structure, thinking about how it all kind of comes together. What the what the purpose of the topology is. If it's supposed to be something rigid, like right now I'm working on an antler, so I'm more focused on form than I am on deformation because the antlers aren't supposed to deform. Um, but yeah, so far so good. Um, in fact, I'm thinking about going through and kind of. Well, I mean, my new term for Nomen is starting up on Friday, and usually what I'll do is, what was I saying? I lost track of what I was saying. Oh my goodness, my phone my phone lit up, and I was like. I was like shiny. You know? Dang it. I lost what I was saying. So if anybody else remembers what I was saying, I would love for you to remind me. Let me extrude this out. But yeah, topology is all about function. It's all about deformation. Since this isn't deforming, it doesn't. I don't have to worry about. Accordion movements and things like that. It's really just a simple matter of having the topology support the shapes that I'm wanting to put in. Okay, so this edge goes down, around, and terminates. But it terminates in the same place that this one terminates. So I'm going to bridge those together. Might as well, right? They're already buddies. Yeah, so the new term at Nomen is starting up. It actually started this week, but Friday's the first class for me for the term. Kind of nervous. I mean, I've got more students supposedly this term than I usually do, and easily when I have more students, it becomes a lot more time intensive and things like that. But it's not bad. It's not a bad thing. It's just a matter of making sure that I can balance out the student needs during class so that they can get feedback and instruction. So we all walk away fed. Just gonna pull this up. It's funny, I put a little sock in my door so that whenever people open up the garage door, it doesn't make that big shaking noise because of the change in pressure in the house. And it doesn't seem to be working right now. There we go. The rest of this, I think it's not going to be so much a matter of having a nice, having it, keeping it from spiraling, because there are so many of these that it's just going to be what it is for the most part. So let's go ahead and I meant to actually tab middle mouse click, but that's okay. It's middle mouse click for this one. Yeah, I enjoy modeling for production. Oh shoot, that was not intended. Come together right now. Oh no! like that. Here, let's go ahead and we will merge these points together. Less topology to deal with going up to the tip of the antler. And I mean, there's still like the other little points to kind of deal with, and then we still have to go ahead and finish out the ear, but we're getting there. We are indeed getting there. I'm not sure that I've got the energy to keep going on this though. Okay, so this is really long, so I'm going to shorten it by adding in an extra edge loop here. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Where's that terminating at? Oh, okay, so it just doesn't go all the way around. That's fine, I guess. Let's make it go all the way around before we actually oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3 over to 1. Shoot. Yeah, I guess we don't really have too much of a choice. Let's just make it functional. Oops. Or tab. Sorry. Órale. Yeah, it does definitely take a lot of patience. It's important though, because without dealing with the, oh shoot, I hate this mode. Without dealing with the topology, oh, not that, shoot. Without dealing with the topology, other things become much less possible. Let's delete history. Yeah, lots of different tools to be able to do it though, and that's nice. I'm gonna take this up, put this up along that ridge. What do I have here? Okay, that's a mess. That's a non-manifold edge, non-manifold face. You're not supposed to have faces kind of coming out of edges like that. It's really, really messy. Okay, I've got this extra shape here that I need to try to deal with. You know what? Control Y. Get rid of that again. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this back down to kind of where it was. And then I'm going to take it maybe from... maybe from back here. I can just take this point, add in an edge loop here, and add in an edge loop here. And then we can connect this down. And then we have this this area here that's going to help us to fill in. Let's do something like this. Let's grab tab. There we go. And now that's giving me the resolution I need to be able to maintain that form up there. Awesome. So much better. I'll take that with a bag of chips. Chips. Better than modeling from a box. It certainly can be. It certainly can be. Okay, let's check this. So I mean, I've got everything going level here. So what I need is I need to get rid of this. I think what I'm going to do, let's see what directions can I go with this. Let's try. Get rid of that, and then yeah, I mean I've got enough topology in there to be able to deal with that, so we could do something like this. I'm just trying to decide if that's enough to be able to continue the way that I want it. Ah, shoot. Because literally what I'd like to do is take this and maybe like bridge it over to there. Let's try this. Oh, come on, you. Yeah, let's try this. I'm gonna try taking this out, pull this up here, pull this tab out. It still leaves me with an extra span that I need to figure out what to do with. Maybe I just need to kind of make a compromise there. It still leaves me with an extra span. Doggone. Doggone. Here, we'll go ahead and we'll pull this up. Something like that, because that's the shape that I want to get out of that. Now right here I want to have kind of an inverse cone, or kite as it was called earlier. Pull this over here, pull this over here. I really hate having these like 6-pointed stars, but I've had a few of them, and there are some places where you can't help it, like around the ears. Anytime something is being extruded from a surface, you're going to get a 6-pointed star. it just happens, and it's a tool, but I try to avoid it as much as possible. Yeah, let's take this up. Okay, connected to the right point. Awesome. Let's go ahead and pull up the next one. It's almost 4 o'clock. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll control these creases here. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's play with this a little bit more. Pull this up to the right height, to the height of the next edge loop next to it. Thanks, Matthias. Yeah, it's been a good stream so far, so I think you'll enjoy it if you go back and rewatch it. Really it's all just workflow stuff, but it's good stuff. We had some good conversations, huh, guys? Interesting. So I just hit extrude on a point, and it pulled out. That's pretty cool. I'd always actually wondered what that would do, and never actually tried it. So there we go. That's what it does. Cool, and then we'll go ahead and we'll control these points over here. Try to maintain somewhat same polygon height. Okay, let's make sure that these are hitting the landmarks nicely, the ridges. Otherwise, there's no point in having them, right? Let's go ahead and take this tab middle mouse, click and drag that up. Here, actually, we'll drag this down a little bit. Okay, I'm going to take this and merge this together right here. Pull it up so it's a good height. Merge these bad boys together. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this up. Solita o... Do you want to go all together? Do you want to just go by yourself? I mean, if you want the time, then yeah, but I can end. They don't need me. Right. I get that. Dang it. here's what I'll do then. I'll go ahead and this. I'm not going to be able to finish these antlers right now anyway. So many crazy points down there. And then I'll grab something that I can kind of carry out with me to eat. Need to get through that chicken salad stuff anyway. But yeah. Alright. Cool. Well, thanks for coming. Hope you guys had fun, and hopefully that was helpful. And yeah. You see, I also just discovered if you hover over an edge and hit delete while in quad draw, it'll delete a single edge. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. It was interesting. Anyway, so yeah. Thanks for coming by. Hope you guys